resource and click on the copy data tool. We're going to use the built-in copy task, and we're going to connect to MSGP as our SQL source.
I'll take 003.
Okay, I'm not going to take that one. I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to do 060. Yeah. So the destination is going to be back into the data lake. If you wanted, you could actually copy between two different databases. You could copy between two different database engines like Microsoft SQL to MySQL or other way around. The folder path, I'm going to use the same one that I created before. So that was raw/msgp/dbo/the table name. And this is 060. I'll add the header to my CSV file. And then I'll just push next on the rest of the screens.
Is there any limits on the CSV?
No, you can create it as big as you want. I have created one that is multiple, like I think it was like 100 and something gigabytes.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't recommend making a CSV file that big.
Mm-hmm.
What we would do is actually we would use Parquet format.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I will do this again, but I will, in this case, I will do it using the Parquet format. So I'll do another copy data, MSGP. Oh, someone's running a job right now. That's okay. Do we have an example of a very long table?
To go any transactional table? A huge one.
GL pre-G L 300. That one can.
30,000? 30,001?
Okay, awesome. Let's grab this. This is just me doing this one. Good. We will send it to the data lake. Raw MSGP DBO MSGP DBO. Notice how this time, because I changed the file name, it knows that it's a Parquet format. And it actually compresses it by default. How big is this table, by the way?
Jordan, there's one question by Sunju. He's asking, how do we ensure that production server is not affected when dumping the tables into the storage account?
Yes, that is a great question. So that is always an important thing to keep in mind. We would generally recommend not dumping so many tables all at the same time. If you have a scheduled window where you do like ETL process, I would recommend doing it during that time. However, if you're actually doing change data capture on your database, then it actually doesn't put much load on the server at all. And in that case, you can run it throughout the day without any issues.
And the way how I see it too, it doesn't impact your production, because if you do a trigger, for example, copy data every night when there's a low peak hours, all the data will be stored into storage. And for user like yourself who actually built analytics or needed that data, you actually use that data in the storage already. You won't be always calling it directly from the application itself.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the whole point of this data lake is that it no longer means we have to rely on the source system. So the sooner we can get it away from MSGP, the better it is, because we can do whatever we want with the data once it's in the data lake without impacting production.
If there's any new data to the table, will it be reflected back in the data lake?
Yeah, that's a good question too. So when we set up our pattern, because it comes down to business requirements. So for example, some tables, it makes sense to just take a snapshot of the table, and you can just update the snapshot every day. And when you do that, it will have whatever the latest rows are. But there are some other requirements where sometimes you want to have what the values were on a specific day, for example, because if you've deleted rows since then, you want to know what the rows were back on that day. So you would structure your data lake differently. We would put the timestamp, for example, into the file name, and we can potentially do either a snapshot or a delta of changes. So just take the changed rows, and that way it would be a much smaller query.
And how about filtration? Any filtration we can do where we connecting to the database?
Yes. So in this case, we've connected directly using the table itself, but you can actually run a custom query instead. So if you wanted to have your own like joins or where statements to filter things down, you could do that as well. What we would normally recommend though is that you pull the full table, and then before we curate it, that's where you would do your filtering. That's our normal recommendation there.
Okay.
The reason for that is, say for example, right now you're using MSGP, but in, I don't know, 5 years, Genting Plantation decides to move to a different platform. The problem with reporting is that because once we turn off the old system, it's hard to get the old data that we had unless you spend a lot of money migrating it to the new platform. So if we have all of the raw table data sitting in the data lake, even if the MSGP production server goes away, we still have a historical record of all of the tables that we were using.
Okay,
So
noted.
it's just like your Lintramax, potentially you plan to move to MSGP, right? So you can store all your historical data into the data lake for the Lintramax, and then subsequently you can build a new semi-green field for the MSGP.
Yeah.
But the concern on the storage, yeah. The size of the storage.
Nah, the cloud is unlimited, right?
Yeah, the storage is unlimited.
It's as big as your wallet is, that's what
Yeah,
I'll
the
say.
cloud is unlimited, yeah.
Mr. Liu's wallet.
But storage is the cheapest component.
That's right. Yeah. If you're ever concerned about pricing of Azure, it's actually very transparent. It's sometimes hard to understand like how to price it, but all the information is freely available. So while we wait for this one to finish copying, you can see here it's already pulled 1.5 million rows, which is awesome. I'm just going to switch to the Azure pricing calculator. So on the azure.com homepage, if we go down to up to the pricing calculator tab, And if we search for storage, I'm going to add a new storage account. So we're going to be in Southeast Asia. Blah, blah, blah. You know, so just looking at this, 1 terabyte of hot storage ready to go is about $30 New Zealand. So what's that in Malaysian ringgit? It's about 84 ringgit for 1 terabyte of storage that is highly available. Now, over time, data that you don't access very often, you can move to other storage tiers, which make it a lot cheaper. And so you can see here for data that's less frequently used, you can drop it, that 84 goes down to 67. And then if you then go into data that's used very, very infrequently, it's basically 8 ringgit a month, the terabyte of data. So we can put together a strategy that can make that storage cost quite reasonable and yeah.
Okay, Jordan, there's 2 questions. Junseng is asking, is it possible to demo how can we just dump delta and new rows from SQL to CSV? I think it's the delta change. So if let's say they have built the pipeline, how do we make a trigger when there's a new change in the table in MSGP?
Okay, I don't have an example for MSGP specifically, but I can kind of explain how it would work. Because MSGP is built using Microsoft SQL Server, there is a feature of SQL Server called Change Data Capture. Let me bring that up. So this feature is built into the database itself. And what it does is for every row that gets modified, it actually stores a record of that change in a table. And what we can do with our pipeline is instead of querying specifically the full table, what we do is we query the change table and then we do a join to the original table. And what that does is it gives us just the changed rows instead of the full table. So from the pipeline point of view, it looks pretty much the same. We're just querying a different table.
Sunju, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we have a next question by Radzi. Does it make sense to pull the relational table or transactional table to data lake real time? If yes, how can we achieve that? Is there a way and when changes are made in the table?
Yes, okay. So again, it comes down to business requirements, but it is possible. There is a service inside that is compatible with the Azure Data Lake storage called Delta Lake. And Delta Lake is it's a format. So kind of like CSV, kind of like Parquet, it's a file format that allows you to store changes live in a data lake. But what's amazing is that it supports ACID transactions. So actually, we'll just go back to the intro. So this here has the ability to basically write SQL as though it was a database, but you're talking to your flat file data lake storage, which it's a bit mind bending a little bit, but it's pretty amazing. This is a real example of like a modern data platform. And so Synapse has compatibility to connect to the Delta Lake format inside the data lake. We're not going to be doing this today because this is a whole thing all on its own. But I just wanted to let you know that the capability is there to kind of to do what you're asking. So this allows you to even stream data live into your data lake.
Maybe Jordan, since you're on this screen, could you just copy this link and you can't paste it, right? Okay.
So
Now
if I can open up Teams in a different channel or a different tab.
Yeah, just paste it to me and I'll paste it to the team here.
Okay. I'll grab both the links.
Okay, seems like after we have warm up, we have more questions coming in. And
now that we're doing the technical stuff, there's a lot more.
Yeah. Is there any more questions? Anyway, we are waiting for this table to be loaded. Or do we want to check anyone having an issue to copy the data over? Jordan, since we're waiting for this, right? Possible to copy something from your SharePoint? Something not private from your SharePoint?
From my SharePoint?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of show the art of possible to also copy that from SharePoint.
Actually, what I'll do, oops, one sec. What I'll do is I'll connect this to my SharePoint first.
Oh yeah, because this is a Genting. Maybe we ask a volunteer. Do we have any volunteer here? Do you have any company related data sitting in your SharePoint, and you can share your screen, and Jordan can walk you through the steps.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Farah or Ili.
Okay, we have Ginseng as our volunteer. Okay, Ginseng, go ahead and share your screen.
Give me a moment to access to SharePoint first.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Jordan, can I share my screen?
Yep, go for it.
Is SharePoint or OneDrive both also can, or you want it to be SharePoint?
Yeah, either one is fine.
They're both technically SharePoint.
Okay, then I will, because I got some imagery in my OneDrive.
Okay, go ahead and try OneDrive.
Okay, okay, not this one, sorry. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay,
Yep.
let's say I have this 289 megabyte of zip data.
Mhm.
Can I select this?
So it is possible, but it's going to require a little bit of setup to make it work. We're going to need the infrastructure team to approve permissions to access SharePoint.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't know if we're going to have enough time to do that today, just because of the requirements to set it up.
Maybe we can give it a go first, and let Leonard or Radzi could help to get the access.
Okay.
Maybe go to your Azure portal and see whether there's a link.
Okay. Where is it?
To your workspace, your Synapse workspace.
Oh, my Synapse workspace, sorry.
Okay, going back to the same flow, integration, yeah. Plus.
So it's a built-in copy data.
Yep. Select Synapse.
Select Synapse, all right.
No. The source will be SharePoint, right? So
Oh, correct.
New connection? No. On
New
the
con-
on the right hand
OneDrive,
side. Bottom
OneDrive.
there. Yeah. And SharePoint. So the default connector uses the SharePoint Online, specifically SharePoint list. Because yours is actually a SharePoint file, we can't use the wizard to do it. We actually have to do a lot of manual steps. Juliana, can you paste the link into the chat?
Oh,
There's
sorry.
quite a lot that we have to do to make it work.
Leonard, is it possible that we could get this access? Then maybe we can try out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we won't be trying out today.
Yeah,
I think we'll need to do
unfortunately.
it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I will stop my screen sharing.
Yeah. It is possible. It just takes a bit more setup than the wizard.
So because SharePoint is like a separate domain, we need to like build a connectivity to your SharePoint. So Junseng is asking the same question. So once you have that connectivity to SharePoint, you can pull your files from your SharePoint to the blob storage. But today we didn't set up, and we need the infra team to kind of provide that security and the access so that we can build a connection to pull data from the SharePoint.
So check this out. We have finished pulling that table down now, that large GL table. Took 14 minutes, but it pulled down all 3.9 million rows. And look at the difference in storage. So it's 3.8 gigs sitting in the database, but sitting in our data lake, it's only 217 megs. So that's some seriously good compression there. That's less than 10% of the original size. So not only is storage cheap, but it's also highly compressed, which is awesome. And this compression. This is one of the benefits of using the Parquet format instead of CSV files. If you've never used Parquet before, it's particularly useful because it does the schema, and it also does some good compression on the dataset as well. So if we go back to our data tab and look inside our raw zone, we should now, if people have been running pipelines, we should see a few different datasets now. Oh, look at that. Looks awesome. So if I pop open the GL 30,000, not sure who created that one, but there is this one here. And if I can actually go, and what's amazing here is I can actually run queries against this file using SQL syntax. Oh, okay. We need to just clean up the collation a little bit, but that's fine. But you can see here, I've actually run the query top 100 star blah, and it's actually run that across my entire Parquet file. And this will look very similar to what SQL Management Studio would give you back, right? You can query this, you can add where statements, you can add joins. But the thing that's different is instead of going from a table, we're actually pulling the contents of our dataset from this Parquet file. It's pretty cool, right? Do we have any questions around this?
No.
Okay. So we've got a few different tables in here now. We know that we need to go and build a couple of reports, right? So do we have a list of the tables we needed to bring across?
Teguh, what is the report going to build and which table you need?
Yeah, for the sample report, I think we will use the X estate cost, but that one have the multiple table. Yeah.
Yeah, which table you need? I think we can just bring it in. You just list down the tables that you need.
Yeah.
So
Pak
if we can
Teguh,
get a list of tables, it's everybody's task to create pipelines to bring those tables in.
correct. So, Pak Teguh, why don't you type it in those table names and let's have volunteer to bring that table from the team.
Okay, but I cannot type in the chat.
Oh, you also cannot type in the chat. Okay. Weird. So how do we do this? Maybe you can text it to Ki at the side, the
Okay.
table name.
Okay.
It says you can't send
Sorry.
messages because you're not a member of the
Jordan.
chat.
How if we use the store procedure to get the data? Yeah, is it can?
Store procedure.
Yes, we can call stored procedures. Yep.
Or if I give you the store procedure to get all the data from the multiple table, is it can? Yeah?
So what I would normally recommend is that you would write the stored procedure in Synapse instead of in the source database. But if you don't actually use the raw data, then we can get the stored procedure and that's fine.
Okay.
Teguh, do you want to pull the raw data, the raw tables, then after that write the store procedure in this Synapse?
Yeah, that's a recommended way.
Yeah, actually in the for the report we already create the store procedure.
Yes, I know, but that is in the SQL way, right?
Yeah.
So maybe today we learn how to do it in the Synapse.
Let's do both so we can show the comparison.
Yep.
Okay, can I give you the store procedure and also the list of the table?
Perfect.
Okay.
Because there are some small things that change a little bit between like SQL DB and Synapse. So just in case it's going to take us too long to convert the stored procedure, we'll do both just because, yeah.
Jordan, while waiting that, do you mind to show again from start how to add this pipeline?
Sure. Yeah. So if we go back to the integration tab, we click on the plus to create a new pipeline. For now, we're going to use the copy data tool. But what I will do soon is I'll show you how to make a more parameter version of this.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go copy data tool, we want to run it just one time. Our source data set is going to be MSGP, which is the same connection that we're all sharing. This is going to query the database. Is somebody running a big query right now? Let's have a look.
I mean, there's pipeline running, it will impact the connectivity.
If it's being overwhelmed, so if there's a lot of jobs running or if there's a heavy job running.
Because there's so many of us currently trying to copy the table over, so it may impact. So typically it's just 1 or 2 person trying to copy those data over.
Busy. Okay, might have to give it a second. I don't normally get this, but when everyone is sharing the same environment, this is what can happen. Okay, here we go. So I'm just going to grab another random one. Let's go with this. That's empty.
So if you notice, Jordan always click on the right hand side at the document icon to kind of preview the table first.
I'm just trying to find one that actually has data in it.
Yeah.
Another PMS maybe.
Okay. Great. Grab this. Is it thunderstorm where you are?
Yeah, my side is heavy rain and my desk is next to the window.
Wow, that's cool.
You can hear it quite loud?
That's not too bad.
Okay.
It's winter here, but I don't really have much of the crazy rain anymore. Okay, so we're setting up our destination. So we'll have to pick a pattern that Genting want to use for data going forward, but just for the sake of testing today, this is a simple one that works quite well. And then this will be, oh, I forgot what table name it was. Okay.
Sorry,
So saying,
pause here.
yeah.
So at the folder name, right, if you see PMS HT019, you can add another slash and put your name, for example. Then it will auto create that folder and it's like your name there.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good.
Jordan, do you have your PowerPoint handy, the one that you were sharing with the team this morning? Could you bring up the architecture? Yeah. Okay. Could we just take a pause here? So team, if you notice, right, in this architecture, we see Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Azure Synapse, and Power BI and Data Lake. So in the portal itself, right, you see actually it's just one Synapse workspace that we all integrate all the rest of the component. So in one workspace, right, you are building up your pipeline or copying data using Azure Data Factory. You don't see the name or the component name in there because it's like integrated in one overview. So you can also attach Azure Databricks to kind of leverage a Spark component, but today Synapse already have Spark available. If you intend to build your analytics with Spark, Synapse is also available with Spark's integration. Then when we talk about data lake, right, you don't see in that Synapse workspace, you don't see like data lake, but it's just copy into that storage. So when we show you the architecture like this, right, you see a lot of component, but in the platform itself, right, everything is tightly integrated and you build from ingestion, copying of your data, you build your analytics, and you build your reporting or even copying your data into the data lake in one single platform. There's no breakage into it. So we can put like one Synapse workspace in the architecture. It may not make sense to you. That's why we kind of break out the component for you. But in the workshop and the portal, right, you see it in a different platform whereby it's like integrate, copy data, or build pipeline, build reporting, build Synapse. So if you feel that you're kind of lost, please feel free to ask any question. I hope I did not confuse you, or Jordan did not confuse you. So when we say copying data, we are actually leveraging Azure Data Factory behind the scene to actually copy and pull data over to Synapse or the data lake.
So in today's workshop, we skip the data factory
Yes.
direct to the, okay.
Mm.
And
So
the Synapse, you have curate process, right? After the raw, then means you can do some manipulation on the data, or you can clean up the data. Like what data factory perform?
So Data Factory is, if I rewind a little bit, the traditional way of data warehousing, you would normally copy your tables into the data warehouse, into your landing tables. And then normally you would run a stored procedure that would convert them into facts and dimensions. So that would do all of the data curation, I guess. But when you run those stored procedures, they all happen on the data warehouse SQL server. So it has a performance impact on the SQL server because there's a lot of work to do all that. So that's one option. The other option is before we actually put it into the SQL server, we do all of the computation in the data factory side of things. So we're going to look at it soon, but essentially you can use what's called a data flow or what's called a notebook to actually do the compute inside Synapse first. That way we can actually make the data warehouse a lower spec because it doesn't have to do much compute. It's mostly just insert statement. Does it make sense?
Okay. So you can do minimum in the Synapse. If you want to do a complex one, still data factory have to come in.
So data factory is actually merged into Synapse. So when you deploy Synapse, the full data factory capability is available.
Okay.
I know the diagram's a little bit confusing, but what it looks
Yeah.
what we're actually building, let me just adjust this.
So it's like another diagram you show in the morning, which is the Synapse is a bigger box. Then, oh yeah, this is the one.
Yeah, this is what we're doing. So Synapse is doing a lot of things.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to call this out, right? Because in the Azure portal, what you're doing now, you may not really see the component behind it. So basically, Synapse today, right? It's all the component behind running is to support us the Synapse analytics. So you only use one workspace to build your end-to-end analytics. So you don't need to open multiple screen or tools to kind of build one reporting, for example. You can also view Power BI report in the same Synapse workspace.
Okay.
Okay. So Jordan, sorry, we have a question to Pak Teguh. Radzi couldn't find for MC40200. Can we use 40201, Pak Teguh?
Wait there, I check.
Okay. Will Radzi, Teguh will check. So, okay, Sunju has a question. So meaning we can forget about ADF completely and replace by Synapse. In a way, yes, because if you look at on the left screen that Jordan is showing, right, anything on the integrate is data factory. So anything that you want to connect to your data source, like your SharePoint, your application, or which is probably Lintramax. Today we are doing MSGP or maybe SAP. Everything will start from integrate first. Sunju, does that answer your question? It's the same cost.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got our Parquet files kind of sitting in our data lake now, in our raw zone. And so right now, you know, the data is very verbose. There's a lot of things that we may not want to have in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this Manage tab. Actually, sorry, no, I'm going back to where we were, back to our data lake. I'm going to create a notebook loading this file. So I'm going to go New Notebook into a data frame. And what you'll see here is it's straight away, it's taken me into a notebook already connected to the correct location in the data lake. And it's already attached the correct file format definitions as well. So I'm just going to quickly connect it to a Spark pool. So just give me 1 sec. This is just one-time setup for this. And we'll go, and yep, looks good. Don't do what I just did. This is a one-time thing. Okay. Wait for that to finish. Perfect. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run this query. So what's going to happen is because I've just started the query, it's going to start the cluster in the background. So it's actually starting a whole cluster of Apache Spark machines. If you've never used Apache Spark before, essentially it is it's a tool that can handle huge data sets and is able to do a lot of the transformations and joins and reductions in memory. It's very optimized for huge data sets. So, you know, it's made for, you know, tens to hundreds of millions of rows, that kind of thing. But it also works really well for thousands. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to load this whole, what was it, 9 million rows or something like that. I'm going to run just some filtering on it, and then I'm going to send that to the curated area of our data lake.
Jordan, once this job is completed, could you just quickly also show where does Purview fits into the architecture? Maybe you can talk through it in the slides, and then maybe also show where to look for in the Azure portal for the Purview.
Okay, I can do that.
Sorry guys, some changes. Your table need to change. I'm sending now to the chat again. This is from Teguh. Razi and Jinzen. I think you have to select a new table.
Okay, I will redo SY4 4000 again.
Practice. Nice work.
I do it here, but I encountered the same problem, connection problem. So I let the one whoever able to connect, please do it.
I can connect, so I will do it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's have the volunteer put up the table in the chat, which one you're doing. Again, try to be the volunteer so that you can actually feel the hands-on as well. Okay, while we have the volunteer working in the background, could we have your attention again? Where does the Purview sits in the architecture?
Yeah, so Purview as a tool is designed to scan your data all the way across your platform. So it kind of starts in the raw zone, and it tracks the data as it goes through into curated zone. It tracks the data as it goes to the Power BI reports, and you're able to see end to end kind of what's happened, how the data was changed, and things like that. So you can see here, like in the diagram, it's kind of across everything because technically Purview can connect to all the different data sources. Now, I actually have a Purview environment that I've set up that I use a lot inside a web group. I can show that if you like. Is that of interest to anyone?
Yeah, please.
Okay, all right. So give me one sec.
Jordan, can we pause here for a bit, right? Who's doing 006? Do we have any volunteer for 006? Any volunteer for SY 400? We have Genting doing 400 already. Okay, 007, we have Aisha. 182, we need volunteer for 182. We need volunteer for W001, W009, and 004. Dr. Farah, give it a minute to try again, because I think some of the other volunteers is also trying to load the data. So give it a minute before you try it again. Oh, it has been 20 minutes. Okay. Maybe we'll come back to that. Maybe Dr. Farah, you can share your screen and show us what's the issue. Oh, kill it. I think it's a good way. Let's kill it first. Jordan, maybe let Dr. Farah to share the screen and let's have a look at her screen first before we go into that Uber PowerPoint thing. Sorry, Power BI thing. Oh, she can't share her screen. Okay. If you can't share your screen, it's very hard to imagine. Okay, wait. Jordan, is there any way to kill that job and restart a new job for copying data? Could you show your screen to see, share how to kill that job?
All right, so this one. Under the monitor tab, there is basically all of the different jobs and things that are running. So I can see here that if I just change this to all pipelines, there are currently 1, 2, this one's been running for 41 minutes. And it's only copied 3,000 rows. Okay.
Which one is this? 009. Copy. Who did 00099? 099. Okay, whoever the owner is, we will kill it. Jordan, let's kill this 099.
Why, Juliana?
I think it's because everyone is trying to copy data. So in the real world, right, we have a different team or persona. So in terms of integration, right, we call it the data engineer. So normally a data engineer will consist of 2 or 5 or 10 people. But in this workshop, we have like 30, right? So everyone is trying to access the same database and copying into the data lake. So data engineer normally will perform this copying of data. But today, of course, we are trying to do self-service analytics, whereby data analysts, data scientists, or AI team or analytics team that also will be pulling their own data to build their own reporting. But you won't be pulling the same data all the time or pulling the same database, because once you set up this one-time pulling of data, right, all your data will be then in the data lake. Anyone can access the data from the data lake instead of taking that like this error self integration is busy. Everyone is trying to access and the same self-service integration runtime and copying that table from different from the same database. Hope that
So it means too many working on the same engine.
yes.
Time out.
Yes.
So in production, it shouldn't be that way, is it?
In production, it shouldn't be that way, correct? Because if you copy, for example, I take the top screen, right? PMS 3401004, right? This data, if I have done successfully, right, this data is available already in your data lake. So anyone can use it within the team. It can be Dennis, it can be Dr. Farah, it can be Wing Wah or Mr. Liu using it from the data lake already. This activity don't need to redo all the time.
Okay. So in future, when in production, we want to do some amendment, then we need to avoid the peak hour of the pipeline. We need to avoid the pipeline running hour also. Is that correct?
So here's a good example. It took 14 minutes to import the GL 30,000 table, right? Now that I have this notebook, I have loaded all 3.9 million rows into memory, and I can now instantly query and do whatever I need to do. So I could go df I could now filter this data set to whatever conditions I would like. So as an example, we could go df dot where, and let's say HST year equals 2015. And we want the so straight away, I've just gone and run that. It's now running completely isolated within our data platform environment and doesn't actually, it allows anyone now to query this data set without having any impact on anyone else.
Sorry, Jordan, can you repeat again?
So what
you're doing now? Yeah.
What I've done here is this line of code inside my notebook running in Synapse. This is loading the entire GL 30,000 table into memory on my cluster. Now that it's in memory, I can go and play with my data sets. I can do a whole bunch of different things. I can filter, I can aggregate, I can even run machine learning models inside this notebook. And this has no effect on the production server. And if there are other people wanting to do their own experiments and things, that happens in isolation from what I'm doing here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay. And question from Tegu, instead of taking table per table, can we one shot take the whole database?
Yes, we can. I did say before that we would look at potentially running a parameterized version.
Yeah.
So let's do that now. This is just me doing this. You can use it once it's done.
Okay.
So let's build a pipeline from scratch. We're going to call this, for example, copy from MSGP. And I'm going to use a copy task. So firstly, what I need is the table name. Oh, sorry, the database name, the table name, or actually the schema name, and the table name. And also the zone name. So what's going to happen is this pipeline can be run multiple times, and if we change these values, it will automatically inject it into the pipeline. So from my source, I'm going to create a new data set, and that's going to be actually, I might need to just quickly duplicate this one. Okay, no, we'll still use it. Should be okay. So in my data set, I'm going to create a new data set, and this is going to be SQL. We're going to use our existing MSGP SQL. This will be MSGP SQL table. And the table name, for now, I'm just going to use none because I'm going to inject it in there later. Okay. So what we can do here is if I go into my data set, notice how it needs a table name. We can also create a parameter for this as well. So this will be schema name, or actually no, database name. Schema name, table name. And so we have this thing here called add dynamic content. And what that lets you do is it lets you map a specific parameter into this field. So I'm going to use the schema name, and I'm going to use the table name. So when this runs, it's actually going to automatically go in and inject these values. So we can even make the parameter of our database name dynamic as well. I actually don't, do I have the password for this account? I can't remember.
I read it out.
Yep, okay.
P capital, alias, double S, W, 0, RD. Yep. Oops. Sorry, alias is at, yeah. Yep. SQL name. Hang on. Is it correct? Teguh, is it correct?
Connected, so it must be correct.
Connected. Okay.
Okay, and now it's actually asking us, because we're going to use this SQL, it's asking us to inject in the correct database name. So we're going to use database name as well. So I know I kind of went through that kind of quickly, but what I basically did was set up parameters, and then I linked all the parameters to the different fields. So now this linked service will automatically fill in based on what it's being passed to it. Now in my pipeline, when I go to the data task, you can see here, because I'm using the data set, it's asking me for the 3 parameters. So I can now link those up. So database name, schema name, table name. That all looks good. And so we can test this pretty easily by clicking the preview option. So we need to put in that, and I forgot the name of any of the tables.
PMS. Oh, no. Let me grab your table name. PMS KW 182.
There we go. So this is proving that the database name was injected correctly, the schema and the table name. So that's great.
But there's only one database. Just not just key in pgal, right? One database name. If I have multiple.
Yep. So we'll get to that in a second. So this is the source. I need to set up the sink now. So we'll create a new data set, and this will be data lake. We're going to use the Parquet format, and going to call this the data lake Parquet. And we're going to connect it to our existing data lake that we already have. Now, for now, I'm just going to put anything there just so I can create it, and then we'll adjust it. So in this one, we need to know the zone name. We need to know we can put the database name in there. It's not necessary. The schema name, table name. Okay, so for the file path, this is going to be the zone /raw or whatever, maybe /curated. This will be the database name. We'll actually rename it to system name for now. So this will be the system name / the schema name / the table name. Now, file name is going to be the same thing, except we want underscores. Dot Parquet. So it's going to automatically create this output file based on those parameters that it's given. So if we just connect this all up, so this will be zone, I'll add that one in a second. Schema name and table name. So then on the pipeline, I'll add the system name as well. And this is going to be MSGP. So now we have a very generic pipeline that automatically takes parameters and creates a Parquet file, and then it puts it into the data lake in the correct place. So if we just test this pipeline, oops. The database name is PGAL. The table name is EMS
KW 182.
And the rest looks correct. So instead of going through that whole copy data wizard every time, we now have this very nice, simple pipeline that we can call. Now, to take this a step further, what we'll do is we'll call this pipeline from another pipeline inside a for each loop. So we can say, given this list of tables and databases, go and query them and put the data into the data lake.
Okay. Let's check.
There we go. Copied in 252 rows. And we should now see in our data lake, it should look the same as everything else because we followed the same format. EMS K182. There it is. Pretty cool, right? So just to complete the whole circle, making sure that it all matches up, I'm going to create my create one more pipeline. I'm going to call this one my orchestrator. So this will be MSGP orchestrator MSGP. And this will basically take a list of tables and then import them. So this will be and then I'm going to create a copy data task. Oh, sorry, no, a pipeline task. Sorry. And notice how it wants me to wire up these parameters as well. So I can go back to my orchestrator. I can add my items. So I'm actually just going to delete this one for now, keep it simple. I'm just getting my example off the screen, 1 second.
Okay.
Right. So what I'm going to quickly do is create a JSON file. Let me just bring that up. Schema name and table name. The rest of it we can keep pretty much the same. So this will be, for example, DBO. This will be actually in database name. So do you have some more tables that I can bring in?
Table?
Yeah, some more tables.
One more. Could go any table. We have done just now for all. Teguh?
Is everybody
You
too
need
fast?
additional table, yeah.
Additional table, yeah.
Oh,
From the first batch you gave it to me.
yeah. Can
PMSOK 276.
276.
Yep. SOK 276. Yep.
And one more.
274. And 273 if you want.
And why not? Let's do it. Two, 7, 3.
Okay.
Right. So our for each is going to take the database name, the schema name, the table name, and then this will be raw, and this will be MSGP. Okay. So now what happens is we basically take the array of table names, we inject them into the for each, and we call the import on with these parameters every time. So if I now run this one,
Can't connect.
oh, okay. That was my fault. What we should see in this list is a number of different pipelines should all start to run.
Okay.
While that's running, we can go back to our data lake, to our raw zone, and we should be able to see two, 7, 3, 2, 7, 4, 2, 7, 6. Awesome. Looks good, right? So
Yep.
I know that was quite fast going through all of that, but what we've just built now is a set of pipelines that are generic, and we can pass in any collection of tables that even parameterizes where it goes in the data lake and the file name structure and everything. So I'm going to publish this. When I do this, everybody will be able to see what I've created.
Okay.
You will need to refresh once this is finished. Cool. If you do a refresh, you should now have those pipelines.
Should we be able to see the orchestra also?
Yeah, so if you go down to integrate, you
Mhm.
should see orchestrator MSGP once you've done a refresh.
Underneath integrate data integrate data sets.
So you should see integrate,
Oh,
and
integrate
then in the
pipelines.
pipelines,
Okay.
then orchestrator MSGP. Now,
Okay.
we can take this one extra level as well on top of this, and we can write a SQL query that will query the table schema and
Mhm.
return a full list of tables.
Hmm.
We can then pass that as a parameter into the pipeline, and it will then import every table. So the question before around whether we can import a whole database, we can do that very easily by adding one block here to get the list of tables first. What I've done, the example I've given here is where we know what tables we want specifically. And so as long as we update this list, then the job will get the correct tables.
Okay. The goal, is it what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Kiki, for the stop procedure already sent to you. Maybe.
Yeah. I know, but I think you better you share your screen when talk about the store procedure, because I can copy to the chat, but Jordan can't see the chat also. That's the and Joanna off for another meeting. My message couldn't pass through to Jordan. Jordan, the tables that we need for the reports we have done.
Okay,
So
awesome.
yeah. What's the next?
I'm just thinking, can we have a volunteer to share their screen? Well, actually, no, I think I'll just do it quickly just because I've got stuff already to go. I am able to see the chat, but only on my phone. So I'm just going to have to read it here.
Is there any email I can send it to you?
Did you get that?
Yeah.
But I can't see that message on my PC.
You want to send you email also?
Actually, I think I solved it by putting it in another tab. Yep, I can see it. I'm here.
You can see the chat?
Yep, but I have it in a different tab. It's okay. I have to have
Okay.
this one here.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll just quickly, so I know everyone's done the tables, but what I'll do is I'll just simplify what we currently have with this new pipeline that we have. So I'm just copying that full list into here. Then what I'll do is I'll actually just clean this up a little bit. So I'm just going to delete all of these pipelines if that's okay. Created a few pipelines there. That's cool. So I think this is a good example of how much time we can save when we actually create the parameter pipelines. I just wanted everyone to do that so that you could all have your own experience getting them all set up. This will be the, what do we call it?
The report name.
No, I'm renaming the pipeline. It's going to be called the copy. The orchestrator calls the copy pipeline. We've got a lot of data sets here. I'm not going to worry about these, I don't think. It's going to take too long. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. No. Did you all see what I just did there?
You deleted the packet.
I deleted my parameter one. No. Please still be there. If not, I can make it again. Oh no, it's there. Lucky. All right. So to recap, what we have is a orchestrator pipeline. The orchestrator pipeline has a variable with a bunch of table names in it. That basically looks like this. It defines the database, the schema, and the table to get the data from. Then this for each loop will run on every single one of those tables, and it will run this pipeline. It passes in the database name, the schema name, and the table name, the zone, and the system into the pipeline. And it runs a copy data task with the source database details going in there and the destination details going into the Parquet output. And that basically allows us to easily run our pipeline like multiple times. So now that it's all published, what I can actually do is run this pipeline, and it should make sure that all of the different tables that we need for this report should all be imported. I know everybody did it, but I'm just running this pipeline just to create all the Parquet files. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, do we have any, did we have the name of the stored procedure? Was that in the shared file in
I
the
have
chat?
share as a file in the chat.
Okay,
Do you
let me
mind
see if I-
to check
I'll
it
see if I
out?
can open.
See, yeah,
Yeah.
whether you can download this SQL stored procedure file.
It's not letting me.
Can you see the file? Because sometimes I share as a file, not everyone can see and download. If
Yeah,
cannot, then I will copy as a text and share into the chat.
Yeah.
So I put as a text, yeah.
Yeah. Is it big?
It's quite. It's already put in the text.
Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's definitely a stored procedure. And what's the stored procedure called?
Area statement.
What is this? Do we have this table?
Tables. Hang on, your
Oh, this procedure, sorry.
Teguh, can you verify your tables? 7 tables, right? The list that you given to me.
What is this PMS Arista status monthly? Oh, it's area statement status. This is status
Uh,
table?
area statement, yeah, is correct. Aresta is it Bahasa Indonesia? Teguh?
Yeah, for Arista is Bahasa Indonesia.
I see. Oh, this is the I see what's
This
going
is the
on.
stored prod.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
reading the source table is the 7 table just now that we created in the pipeline. We copy the data in 7 table from the
Okay,
PMS.
this is going to be a little harder to do because up until now, everything we have done has been using the serverless SQL feature. So we've been writing SQL code without actually using a database. As soon as we start needing to create like hash tables, like the hash temp tables, that's where we need to have the provisioned database capacity. Which isn't a problem. It just means that we have to do that. So
Or we need to do conversion to suit to the Azure
yeah,
technology.
or we could rewrite it.
Mm.
I'm not a super SQL expert, so
We have Teguh here.
oh good. Okay, so hey Juliana, what are your thoughts on deploying Synapse SQL pool?
Yeah, I think we should go for it because it will be SQL pool fits best for Genting.
Okay, all right, let's do it then.
Jordan, could you just go back one step previous? So, just stop here. So you see, one of the thing that caught my eye, right? It's the estimated price. So in terms of SQL dedicated pool, right? There is this performance level. So I think Leonard and some of the infra team was asking me previously, right? The performance and the price. So if you are how Azure or Synapse kind of price, right, is based on the compute power. So the more compute power you request or sign up for, the higher the cost is. So like in this workshop, we try to use the less compute. I think Ki just now you mentioned as well. So if everyone is using it, right, will it be slow performance? So you can increase the compute and it increase the performance as well, but the cost of it goes up as well. So Jordan, if you could just pull the slider more in the middle. Yeah, just stop here, 3,000. So in a very huge, large data environment, right, where you need to increase your performance or you need a higher compute, and the cost will goes up in that sense that it's like $56 per hour. So typically for your environment, for your size, you can go up to 1,000 to at least start off with, and you can slowly scale up. So Jordan, could you just go to 1,000? Yeah, so that's about $18 per hour. So for this workshop, we are just trying to keep it low so that we don't bust the budget. So it's all very transparent in the portal or in Azure platform. You can see the cost, and from the performance, for higher performance, better performance, you just pay the price for it.
You can always drag it up as you need it, which is pretty cool too.
Right. So we always ask you to start with the minimum first, maybe 500 for your development or 300 for your development, and then for your production you do about 500 to 1,000, and you can slowly scale up. And if you feel that you don't need 1,000, you can scale it back down as well.
Any other questions in the chat while we wait for this to finish?
No. Anyone have any question?
No, but without this SQL pool, we can also write our query, right? I mean, we have to suit to without SQL, right?
Yeah, you have a few options. So what we're seeing now is instead of using necessarily like the SQL stored procedure syntax, we could look at what I was doing before with the notebook. And
Okay.
so pretty much, or even you can do even more things with the notebook than with the SQL code. And you could actually do all the joins without having to create all the temp tables much easier.
Maybe you can show the two methods so that we can
Yeah,
have
it's
a
just
look,
I don't
and learn
understand the
from it.
logic here to convert it properly, but I can show like some of the filtering and stuff maybe. Right, so while this is getting ready again, our database is now ready, so we can connect to new database and run that. Login failed. Why would that be? When we created the database, we created it as Leonard, did we end up creating a group for everyone in that group now? Do we have one?
Bennett?
Yes.
We did
Yes.
create a
Token identified principal. Sorry, someone called me. Why? Sorry, I was.
Jordan, you need to repeat your question.
Oh, okay. So did we end up creating a group for all the users in this workshop?
Correct, right. I have.
Okay, perfect. Would you mind sharing your screen one more time, and we just need to make one more change to the resource?
Yeah, sure. No problem. Sorry, son. I was away. Okay.
Cool. So if you go back to our resource group where our stuff is.
Warehouse.
Yep. And then go to the Synapse workspace. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. On the left-hand side where it says SQL Active Directory Admin. We want to change this, go set admin, and put the group in there instead of just one person. By default, it defaults to the person who made it. So you can see Mr. Leo is there, but if we add the group, it means all of us can be admins on the server. Go save. This is the same as basically giving DB owner to that group.
All right.
Okay. So I will need to do a refresh. You're finished now. You don't need to do much more on there. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, so here's the first major change that we've kind of stumbled upon. So cursors, which traditionally are an old kind of SQL concept, have now been replaced by a new while loop clause. And so this is how they suggest upgrading the cursor into a while loop.
Have to change the syntax.
Say that again, sorry.
We have to change it to while, from cursor to while.
It doesn't. It's not like a one-for-one swap. You'd have to kind of modify it a little bit.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is we'll get the output of the stored proc, because what I want to prove is that we can get the end-to-end data working, and then we can come back and see if we can upgrade this.
Okay.
So if I go and grab the actual statement, what is this the name of the stored proc?
In the SQL, in the actual name, Teguh.
That one, the name, the PMS Aresta status monthly is the name of the store procedure.
It's already in the database, the same database.
Yeah, already.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll create another copy data task, but this time we select SQL. Actually, that's not right. Where is our
GP?
All right, we'll do it this way. Okay, so what we need to do is pass it some. We don't want to choose table, we want to run a query.
Yeah.
There is a way to override the query that runs. Oh, that's right. Do that from here. Okay. Okay. This is pretty cool because notice how it's actually pulled through the actual parameters for this query.
Mm.
So what do we need to put into this?
So go, what's the value? Level 1, level 2, and level 3. Is that
Wait, yeah. Maybe Handy can help me.
Wacha? Is it estate name or?
Wait a minute, yeah.
Yeah, you try to get handy what value to fill in.
But to me, I like this view better than the notebook or the scripting view because this is the low code, no code way, which I've given back my coding since college days.
Same here.
Yeah. So with this view, right, it's so handy, when you immediately pull out the table view and you just change some parameter and that's it.
I like the code view.
So
the
the
techie guy code is
yeah,
more
the
flexible.
geeky guy, right?
Oh, come on. All right. Easy. So there's actually one other option, and it's this tool called data flow. In data flow, let's just call this
Getting from
Uh,
6. Yep, the go.
yeah, I copy to you, yeah. The
Okay.
and also I give another stop procedure that
okay.
already changed using while. Maybe can try to Synapse, yeah.
Oh, handy already changed it to while.
Yeah.
Okay.
oh,
good.
already? Wow.
Okay. Meanwhile, I give you the value, Jordan, in the chat.
Okay. Yep.
By the way, Jordan, can you see the chat?
I have figured it out.
Okay.
I have to run it in a separate tab in the Microsoft tenant.
Okay.
So all the form is blank, and the tool is how many Z? 7. 7 capitals letter Z.
Okay, that looks interesting.
Error. Invalid.
Year 2 maybe put 2021, yeah. Okay, already.
But no data. You go your side, do you get result if you run it in the SQL?
Wait. Should we have, when we try, should we have the value? I copy the image here.
The same parameter, is it? The from is
Yeah.
empty now, then to Z.
For the from, can you put a string not as a null, but the string blank? Maybe space.
Space. BZ.
E.
Okay.
Nice. So we can reuse the same output, right? And that means that all I have to do is go debug. And what this will do is it will run that stored proc and it will put this data into the data lake.
Okay.
Jordan, just now I saw your screen. You were trying to also showcase data flow. Are you planning to showcase that as well?
Yep. I've got a lot of things. I'm also halfway through Purview as well. Okay, so that finished. So in our data, in our raw data lake, we can now see that. Okay, what are all these? We can now see that we have a status monthly. There's our Parquet file. Go and query that. And there we go. So we'll aim to generate this output using Synapse, but for now, we could use this to go and build our Power BI report. Okay. So the other thing, the other option I was going to show is a tool called Data Flow within Synapse. And what Data Flow allows you to do is declare everything that we would do in a stored proc, but using a visual interface. So you might say, I want to start off with this data source, which could be this. And you can already see that it's already discovered the schema of this data set. And so then you might say, I want to, let's say, derive a column which takes in and then adds 1 to it. This is just a purely an example. Okay, that looks good. And so what this will do is it will create a new column in my data set, which is a derived column. I could then add a new data source in, which we can grab from one of our other data sets. And we can infer the schema. And then you could say, I want to do a join, and you can join on the source. And then I want to do a aggregate. You know, you can do all the kind of things that we would expect that you'd get in a stored procedure, but you can actually like visually declare all of these things. So this could be another way of building your logic as well.
Any question on this? So for example, if you're building up a region report, right? For example, Indonesia, and in Indonesia, you have 4 or 5 estates, and then breaking down into estates, you have a block. For example, block 1, block 2 in estate A, block 1, block 2 in estate B, and the list goes on, right? You're trying to build an aggregation, join those table, and you're not good in scripting like me, you can actually use this, what we call it, the data flow, to kind of build the column up or the aggregation join, and again the list goes on as you click on the tab. Any question?
No, not
So-
for me.
Okay, maybe when you have the table, you have the database, you can also try it out, and if you have any question, feel free to come back to us.
There's a question there about about cleaning messy data. Yes, so this is a good way to do that. So there's the ability to filter. So you can run a bunch of like filter logic in here, and you can actually build an expression. So you can actually do quite a complex filter statement within this environment. I'm not going to save this one. Now, I did see in the chat there is a converted version from Kit E with the updated.
Yeah, the Go site has updated the cursor statement to while.
Okay, so let's go and
We tried it out. The Go, we try
we
it
go.
now. Yep.
We'll run this on the new database. Are these default parameters?
Yeah, this is the one what we key in just now. Invalid object name. Are we missing this table?
Oh, we actually haven't created the tables yet.
Oh, okay.
That would make sense. So what we need to do, and because we have our orchestrator pipeline, we can simply update this with one more copy statement. which takes the data from our data lake zone name, system name, schema name, table name, and then plugs that into our SQL. Okay, so we now need to table, auto create table. We're mapping the schema and the table to our database, and then we're going to inject that from our pipeline and the table name. So after we copy it into the data lake, we then want to copy it into the actual SQL data warehouse. The source is the Parquet file. The destination is the SQL table. If the table doesn't exist, we'll create it on demand and we'll insert all of the data into it. Okay. So, and because this is the pipeline that gets run every time, all we have to do is run this, and it will now go and create all the tables in our data warehouse.
Okay. So we have the same data in the data lake and also in the SQL pool.
Yeah, for the sake of, because we want to reuse the SQL stored procedure, we have to have the data in the database for us to run that query.
Okay. So in the actual, we shouldn't design in this way, huh? Right.
It's still a valid option because some people have quite complex stored procedures that are hard to migrate away from. But if you have the option to design using Dataflow or using like notebooks, it will actually be easier for you in the future. Okay, so that seems to be working. So let's go and see if we've got some database tables now showing up. There you go. Pretty cool, right? We've just migrated these tables now to the cloud. And now that they're in a fully populated SQL table, you know, query performance should be quite good and response time should be pretty instant as well.
So Jordan, we are at 3:15. What will be the exercise for the team member for the next 45 minutes before we wrap up today's session?
So what I would like to do is finish just testing if this new version of this query works, of the stored procedure. If it does, then we've just proven that we can import the tables, run the logic, business logic inside Synapse, and that's great. If the team are interested, I can either show Purview and the end-to-end example that I have of that, and that will basically finish us off. Or the other option is people can start to bring in additional tables and write some queries against the database.
Okay. So what do you feel like doing, team?
How about your Purview?
Purview? Okay, since Razi voiced out, so we will go for Purview then.
Okay, sounds good. We'll just finish this one first, and then we'll go to Purview after that, and that should be the end of day one. I'm losing my voice a little bit. You must be tired of hearing me talk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost there.
Tomorrow morning will be hands-on, is it?
And
the BI section will be in the afternoon or in the morning?
So tomorrow morning, there's another small presentation, kind of like this morning. And then after that, we'll be getting into the Power BI consumption of this database. Because we've got a bunch of data there now. The next thing is to visualize it. To be honest, once we've finished that, we've actually done the end-to-end. And so I'm happy to like go through specific concepts, but those were the main things that we had planned to cover. So if there's anything that like we can try out the SharePoint integration, things like that.
Or if you have any reports that you intend to build, right, you can also share your screen and we can all learn together, and Jordan can guide as well.
Yeah, I'd love it if people actually had specific reports or tables they wanted to bring through. And if people wanted to work on that, that would be awesome.
Actually, this part or the 7 table, right, is building a area statement report. So I think one of the report you will see tomorrow is area statement, which is what the data that we are pumping in now. Beside one reports, we can have another reports, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. If you have more things that you know that you want to build reports on, I would love to make that work.
Okay. Jason, yep.
I think Jason pinged me earlier this afternoon. He have emergency with his family, so he went offline.
Okay, Juliana, this agenda you make with who? What is the end objective? What kind of result?
Okay, so to recap, right, the goal of this today's workshop is for you to kind of learn the end-to-end process from ingestion, from building up the reports. So we kind of open up in terms of what reports you want to build, but for this workshop, the main fundamental, we use MSGP and the area statement report to build the report. But anything add-on is free flow and it's open to the team here.
So that's why you are exploring. Is there any different data source to be linking also, like SharePoint or other format, right?
Correct. And also because we don't know how much time we have as well, so it's very hard to kind of prefix a lot of things to cover. So if we have enough time, we will try to cover as much as we can.
Okay.
So it seems like we have enough time because it seems today we have managed to pull those data in. Tomorrow we build the report, but again, it's just one report. So is there any other report that you are keen as well, or maybe the rest of the team member are interested to build?
From AgTech team, Dr. Farah, and from GPA, Jinjin.
I don't have any question at the moment.
So far also don't have. Yeah.
Do you have
Probably
any specific report that you want to kind of build in this workshop that we can guide you through?
Probably not report, but we understand like S3 have a partnership with Microsoft also, right? And S3 is displaying GIS information. So is there any way like if we were to because we have S3 system as well, so we understand S3 also have like a Power BI with Microsoft also, their partnership. So I mean, is there any use case for that, or have you guys do any projects that you know for customers on this in terms of GIS? Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of GIS, you can link directly to GIS. Again, the same method like what we did earlier today to the storage. So S3 is a storage, is an equivalent of Azure storage or Azure Data Lake. It's just Amazon have their name, Azure have their name. Our name is very simple, nothing fancy. Data Lake means Data Lake.
Hey, Juliana, it's not S3, it's Esri, the ArcGIS.
Okay.
Yep, ArcGIS. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I heard S3. Okay, so you can still connect. Okay, I think Jordan is showing.
There is a ArcGIS plugin.
I think, Jordan, you need to flow in the data first to the data lake and then from ArcGIS. Oh, okay.
So do you have custom ArcGIS layers?
Not at the moment, not in our current data place that we have lah. So I understood we can do this as well. But our I think one of the question we have is like because ArcGIS have their enterprise level, and some of the solutions we are able to migrate their system into Azure itself as well. And I mean, what's the difference? I mean, do you know between their solution of enterprise and also the difference between what Azure is like the Synapse and Data Lake is offering, and how are these two systems working together?
Yeah, so when you want to plug ArcGIS into your data lake, it does require a bit of like pre-processing to make the spatial data work correctly. Synapse does have a concept of spatial entities, so you do have like points, you have got like shape functions as well.
Data. Yep.
Yeah. So we can actually have the spatial queries to run. I would almost say though that you might be better off actually using Synapse to process the data, and then specifically for GIS, I would export that data into like Postgres, which is heavily optimized for spatial. And that is easy to add to our existing pipeline, you know?
Okay, all right.
But
currently
enough to consume the data from ArcGIS.
Currently, we didn't prepare any data for that yet lah. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Dennis here. You are using the Azure Online, isn't it?
Yeah, ArcGIS Online. They are cloud-based platform right now.
I see here. Can you put in the URL and then try to? Is it possible to sign in?
Oh, I can. Yeah.
You need to do it on your one. Don't give me your password.
Can I request control?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works.
Yep. Chris.
Yeah. So at this point, what we would do is we would add a data set that has spatial data in it, and then we'd be able to map it to that.
How about those data already available on the platform itself, ArcGIS
But
platform?
like existing layers and things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I was to grab maybe this one.
Jordan, have you seen the products before from S3 ArcGIS?
Yes.
Yeah. So like we have dashboard on those as well. So can those dashboard like be integrated into here also, or is it
not
different?
not in the way that you expect. So I'll see if I can get this to work. So I'll convert my existing map into this one, and then haven't accepted the terms of use. Where is the terms of use? What? All right, I'm not sure what's going on there.
It's all right.
Once you actually have a spatial data set that is ready, you can bring in other published layers. When you're talking about bringing a published ArcGIS dashboard in, you can use the web control inside Power BI to embed an ArcGIS report inside a Power BI report. I'm not sure if I would necessarily do that, but I can see where, one of the biggest benefits with Power BI is you can interact with multiple things. Like you can click on one and it will affect something else. When you have ArcGIS running inside its own kind of frame, anytime you change something in your report, it won't actually affect everything else, if that makes sense. Which might be okay, but yeah, I don't know.
I think okay, what are the other use case that we are looking at in the future as well is right, because you see plantation side, we our spatial information is also very important. Like just now the area statement, right? We have the number statement itself, and we have maps to display where the information is. So I think one of the challenges also moving forward, what we would like to do as well, right, is once we have this Synapse with MSGP data in that, right, we want to link it to our spatial data as well, which is residing in S3 product lah, ArcGIS Online at this moment, yeah. So the question is well, we did Synapse, right? Can we like in a way directly link this MSGP data? Let's say they have a common ID in the data with our data, spatial data in our ArcGIS system, or is it much more better for us to like what you said just now, put in our spatial data in here as well?
Yeah. I think I would need to see the data you're talking about before I can give a recommendation there. Generally, what I would say that it makes more sense to home a lot of your spatial data in something like Postgres, where the engine is optimized for spatial queries. But if you're literally just pulling spatial data out to show it on a map, that's much simpler, and you can easily do that within Synapse. And in fact, you don't need ArcGIS. If you're just showing shapes and you wanted to put colors on them, for example, or tooltips, then the maps feature already within Power BI is probably more than sufficient.
It's not only maps, like we got a geodatabase as well, GDB.
Oh, okay. And is GDB sitting on
currently it's sitting on our SQL server also, but it's a separate SQL server. Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, we could pick that database up and we could run that up in Azure as well, no problem.
So what you're saying just now, Jordan, if I get you correctly, you said you still mean that it's better to have like a specialized engine to run all this information, like which in this case, like ArcGIS themselves, they have this specialized engine which is inside their enterprise solution.
Yes. If we're specifically talking about wanting to run a spatial query, but if you're not running like intersects, and it's all those things where you have to calculate distance and those types of features where you need to actually do spatial geometry like functions. If you're literally just storing shapes and you want to retrieve shapes, well, that can be done easily within like SQL.
Okay, noted.
Does
Thank
that
you
make
very-
sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Yeah.
That's all right. Just a quick update on this Arista stored proc with the while modification. It was still running after 10 minutes, so I'm assuming the while loop never actually finished.
Still running.
So I think we need to check the while statement, but I mean, it runs, so it means all the table names and things were there. I think we just need to get the exit statement correct.
How many table we have done all the table, but now it's the stored prod still running. Okay.
Yeah, I cancelled it because I don't think the while loop is actually completing, because
I
it's
see.
checking to see if there is at least one row in the fiscal table. And then I believe we delete from the fiscal table. So this statement may not be removing all of the rows that we need. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think it needs a bit more work. So if someone wants to actually experiment with this, you can actually now run this against the database yourself using the GenP database here.
Tagu, do you want to take a look on this or Handy?
Yeah, maybe we can take a look later.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
You can
Because if
experience
we
it.
running in the testing environment, it's only 7 seconds already done.
Yes, it should be very fast. Okay, so with the 25 minutes we have left, I'm going to do a quick overview of what does it look like if you have implemented all of this. So add a
Sorry,
where group.
before you go into that, I think Dr. Farah also have a question. Can Synapse do not only map and visualize, but rather spatial modeling? In the chat.
Can you be more specific? Like what type of spatial modeling?
Dr. Farah?
Hey guys, I don't know whether you can hear me clearly or not, but I think Jordan has answered it just now when he responded to Jinsen saying that if you want to have like distance calculation, stuff like that, I mean, it's something that is not doable, I guess, to Synapse.
Yeah, distance is probably a fairly easy one, but when you want to do like really complicated intersecting and like shape checking and things like that, that's a bit more complicated. It is possible, but there are other engines which might be more suitable.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay. Should I show that end-to-end? Oh yeah, what about integration with SharePoint? So we've got a link that we need to follow the steps on that I've put into the chat. If that gets done, we can go through that one tomorrow.
So Aisha, we will look into the SharePoint integration or OneDrive integration when the infra team have kind of check on the SharePoint link.
Yeah.
Okay.
So should I go through the end-to-end, what this looks like once you actually have built the Synapse environment and it's all running with Power BI and Purview?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So I'll show you what the end result looks like first. I kind of gave a preview of that before. This is a Power BI dashboard. Because we don't have Grab in New Zealand, we have Uber. Everyone in the company gets their own Uber account, which they can use to expense claim rides and things like that, and food. So what you see here is a bunch of different things that come out of different databases. This is filtered to my rides. You can see that I've used a lot of Uber recently, traveled in kind of around the world using the tools, which is pretty cool to see. And what I can do is I can jump into any of these trips and I can filter down on the map to see kind of where I was dropped off, where I was picked up, kind of what's been going on there in all the different cities. And I can get a bit of insight into kind of the spend that people have. This is in Vegas. So this is quite useful for our managers to check to make sure people are using their travel budgets correctly. But it also allows us to link the expense code of a given ride to a specific project. So there's data coming from Uber, there's data coming from our project management system, and there's data coming from our employee payroll system to make sure that we've got the person's details. So this is kind of what the end result looks like. And all of this, what you're seeing here, is being produced by, or it's stored and run by Synapse. So I guess to start, if I open my Synapse workspace, this should look pretty familiar, right? We've got our same 3 tabs. So what I've got is my data lake. And you can see my raw zone. And you can see I've got a few different systems that I get my data from. If I open up the Uber one, you can see here it's all CSV files. If I open up this exchange rates one, you can see the data is all JSON files. And what's interesting about this is it demonstrates how the raw zone should work, because we have all these different formats of data in one place as we received it. Because this data comes from a REST API and the other data comes from SFTP. Then what I have is a pipeline. And this pipeline essentially does a copy data task that should look familiar. It calls another pipeline to get the latest exchange rates, and then it calls a notebook after that. So once all the data is prepared, call a notebook to turn it into a clean data set. So if we look at that, if they look at that notebook, this is not a good example of a simple notebook. This is a good example of a complicated one. It's complicated because Uber has a really bad habit of changing their data structure every couple of months. So this notebook basically converts my data set into this consistent format for each time they change it. And so you can see here we're adding additional columns, we're renaming different columns. Sometimes we're actually doing some splitting and reversing of the strings. We're actually timesing columns by a certain amount to convert them. You know, there's all these kind of things happening. But what happens is once we go through all those formats, right at the end, we basically write that data back out to Parquet files. And these Parquet files are sitting in my curated zone. So tomorrow we're going to curate some data sets. And what that looks like is instead of all those CSV files, I now have one simple Parquet file. I also write it out to one clean CSV just to make it easy to check it, you know. And just as easily, the exchange rates, instead of being all those JSON files, we've now turned it into a nice clean data set like this. So those are kind of the pipelines building all of that stuff. Then what happens next is if we go back to our data area, what we built today in the Genting environment is we created a dedicated SQL pool for data sets that are not complicated, that don't have the complex stored procedures. I can actually use a serverless database. And what that means is that my database doesn't actually have any real tables. There's no data in it. There's no indexes. There's nothing like that. Instead, we have this concept of external tables. And an external table is essentially just a link to the data lake. So when I query this table, let's just say I do select star and I run this. Notice how that still performed pretty fast, but this has come out of the database, off the data lake, sorry, directly. So I don't actually have a real database. This is just a fake description of a database. And I can still do things like where first name is like, it still performs quite fast and it's doing all the filtering off flat files in my data lake. So the benefit of this is that it's quite cheap to run. And that's because I do all of my actual complicated compute. I do that in the notebooks, and then my curated data sets are very simple. I don't have stored procedures to run. So once I have these external tables defined, when I connect with something like Power BI, it sees these as just standard SQL tables. It has no idea that there is no real kind of database behind this. It thinks it's just a normal real database. And so when I connect it with Power BI, it's just connecting to the Uber for Business table and the currency rate table, and that's it. So that's what it looks like when you use the modern data platform with all of the modern kind of serverless components. Now, there's one more layer which we can add to this, and that's Purview. So if I bring up Purview, so this will look kind of similar to what Synapse looks like, right? Same kind of UI structure. We have the concepts on the left-hand side, the main subject areas, and then our main content on the right-hand side. So let's pretend that I'm a business user and I want to understand, or say I'm an analyst and I'm wanting to understand where can I find data related to rides. So I could go ride, I can search for that. And it's basically going to search across the glossary and across the data assets that I have to find me data that has the rides in it. Now I searched for ride and not trip. You can see here there's a glossary that's kind of linked these two words to it. You can see where the data exists, and you can see it's also figured out there's a pattern in the way the data is stored. So it's actually figured out that there's a year, month, day in that data structure. Keep this one relatively simple for now. If I go into the glossary, this is kind of the data dictionary that you would have in your organization. This is where you define all your terms. So when people want to know what does an expense code mean inside a WARE group, they go into this term, they open it up, and it's going a little bit slow, but it should give us the definition. There we go. So the official currency rate given for a specific day. Now, I can also search for the word like Forex or other words that will link this word. And so often in the business, you might be using two different words but meaning the same thing, or you could be saying the same thing but meaning different things. So the data dictionary is supposed to be there to help us make things a bit easier to understand. Now, what I quite like is this idea of contacts. And so contacts allow you to define people to go and talk to for certain things. So experts are people who understand those data sets and use them a lot. Stewards are people that maintain the quality of that data. So I'm the owner of this data set, but Travis is someone that I can go and talk to understand how can I use it, for example. You can also see here that there's an asset associated with the ride, and if I click on it, again, it takes me back to those rides that we found before. Now, one of the parts that I find the best about Purview is the automated scanning of datasets. So basically, once we load our datasets in, you can see that it's been running on a weekly basis, pretty much. And every time it scans, it then builds up and links things to my glossary. But the classifications is where it's really powerful, in my opinion. So what it does is it actually looks and inspects the contents of the dataset and links it to specific categories. And so you can see here that it's found personal data, it's found data that relates to the system, maybe like internal IDs, but it's also found government identifiers, could be passport numbers or things like that. Under top classifications, these are the things that it's found a lot of. And so, you know, if you find that you're getting a lot of temporary files in your database, in your data lake, wherever you're scanning, this would be something that you could give to the data steward and say, hey, you need to go and clean this out and fix it. Same thing with like these different terms. Some organizations have extremely private data that they don't want to be shared. You can create a rule that can detect that data and then give you an alert as soon as it's found somewhere that it shouldn't be. That's where these sensitivity labels come into play. I haven't actually implemented this in this environment, but if I had, for example, like payroll information, I can actually join that in to make that work by creating the queries. So this is kind of like the end-to-end and really quick breeze through of Purview. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to give an example. Jordan brought up the payroll as well. So Purview doesn't look into the data, it only looks into the metadata. So for example, the payroll, right? Let's take Jordan. If you are the data steward or the business analyst that is building up the lineage and whatnot in Purview, you are not able to see Jordan's payroll, but you're just able to capture the metadata that links to that payroll. That's about it. So that's one of the security, and whoever are building up as a data steward or whatnot, information and data is not available, only metadata. Any question? I do have one question for Jordan. Can Purview scans on-prem information? I remember Nathan built for a similar one.
Yep.
For.
Yeah, it can. So in the same way that we deployed the integration runtime, Purview can connect to the same runtime as well and also scan the systems in that network. So we could actually connect Purview to the runtime we deployed earlier and integration runtime, actually not that one, this one up here. We can connect this in the same way we did before to an internal kind of network as well. I'm not going to create this right now, but you can.
Because in Genting Plantation environment, you have the on-prem world and you have the cloud world. So you can use Purview to build your data lineage and your data catalog for both on-prem and cloud too.
That's right.
Any question from the team?
Juliana, since the data lake, right, will be keep all the GMP data, are we be able to segregate them by compartment, right, like the different type of data or even different departments so that we can set a group security for that particular set of data?
That's a great question. Yes, is the short answer. The longer answer is we have a few options on how we implement that. If we go back to our data lake, right now we have a single kind of raw zone here. And if we go back to the root of that, it's basically a file system, right? So I can actually go to any of these and I can manage the access control on a specific directory, and I can apply a different group that has access to this. So if you, for example, had payroll data in this folder or financial data that shouldn't be made available to the majority of people, you can apply an access policy on this folder alone that has access to view that information. That's one option. The other way to do it is to completely separate the data lake. You can actually have more than one data lake, and you can have a protected one and a public, well, not a public, protected one and an internal one. And so in Synapse, you can attach an additional data lake, which would be stricter permissions compared to this one here, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So either you have one data lake with different folder and control access, or a restricted data lake for only special personnel, for example.
Okay. So what is the advantage of disadvantage of both approach, either different data lake or different folder?
There isn't too much disadvantage. It just comes down to how you want to manage your permissions. At the end of the day, you're just applying security groups to different areas of the data lake. So the main difference is what people can see. So if you don't want the finance folder to even be visible, then I would put that in a different data lake. If you don't mind the fact that it says finance, they can't go inside it, but they can see that it has the word finance, then that's fine. You can leave it in one.
Usually HR department will prefer their own data lake so that nobody can view, because when somebody view the folder, they can see the name even though you can't access, but it's always like the urge to press on it, right? So usually I feel that HR will always prefer to have their own separate one so that nobody knows what's in the HR department.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Okay. Kiki, you went off mute?
I never mute myself since after lunch. No question for me. Thanks, Rihanna.
No worries. Do try your hands-on later or maybe this week.
But tomorrow morning I can't join you. Afternoon only I can join. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Liu. Is it possible to, again, it's the same question like what we did for AI workshop, right? The last round. Is it possible to keep this open maybe for a couple of weeks, and then the team member can kind of try, those who did manage to do hands-on, like PE, for example, she can play back the video and try hands-on, and while if you have any questions, you can reach out to us.
Yeah, can.
Okay.
Okay, I have one more question.
Yeah.
I see that this tool can do a collaboration. It looks like someone can extract this data, someone can do filtering on this data. But how you do the control the version?
You guys are asking all the right questions. I like it. Okay. So Synapse does have support for Git repositories. And so up here in the top left corner, it says Synapse Live. If we change this, we can link it to a code repository. And that means every time you click publish, it's going to commit those changes into the repo. That means you can have a development environment that you kind of build your environment there. When you publish it, you can have a pipeline that deploys that to the production Synapse, and then that pipeline becomes, live. At the same time, it means that people can also collaborate on the code that's in that repository. It lets you do multiple branches if you need to, so it's quite flexible as well.
Okay, then when we do a publish, it will be available for other things, right? So if
That's correct.
I haven't published, So it's just in my environment. Is it correct?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you click publish right now, it'll be visible to everybody. Whereas if we had linked our Synapse to a Git repository, that would allow us to have your own branch, for example. And so you can keep making changes without breaking, I guess, the master branch.
How about if they are working on the same objects, but
Yes, they can use the same branch as you, and in that case, you will see each other's changes.
Oh, okay. So the system can detect what is the changes.
Yes, as long as you're on the same branch, then you'll see each other's changes.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Is there a rollback?
It works the same as a Git repository, so we can roll back to a historical commit, yes.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we have covered a lot of things today, including getting our environment set up and debugged correctly, making sure that we've got our proper resources deployed. We have created a data lake and actually brought data into the data lake. We've gone through the copy data wizard, and then later on we generalized it into our orchestrator and our sub pipelines. We have deployed an actual SQL pool and also loaded data into it. And we've started to convert the historical stored procedure into a modern sort of product that will run inside this environment. So that's all the stuff that we managed to kind of cover end to end today. Quite a lot. You've heard me talking for pretty much 8 hours. So at this point, I think we will wrap up today. And then tomorrow we'll get back into it. Tomorrow morning, there will be another quick session where I'll be demoing a few things. And then after that, back into the hands-on, working on these on the environment. Any final words before we finish up for today?
Nope, thank you.
Jordan, you publish all the pipeline, right?
Yes, I've just published everything I've done, so you should better refresh and see those.
All right, thank you.
And another thing, if you feel like you have a report that we all can try out tomorrow, feel free to bring it in tomorrow as well.
Joanna, tomorrow the team chats, right, can allow everyone to chat and view.
Actually, that's not my control. I'm also surprised to hear that Jordan couldn't view and Park Teguh side couldn't view.
Yeah. Tomorrow I will not be here to passing the message. Teguh, you have to look for another one.
Okay, we will get it sorted out. Park Teguh, if KE is not available in the morning, right? Maybe you can ping Radzi or Leonard at the side. Let's hope for tomorrow that you can able to view the chat. But Jordan, you say you managed to view the chat by opening a browser, is it?
I switched to the Microsoft tenant inside Teams, and then I can see the chat.
Ah, okay. So Park
Because the call
Teguh,
is hosted within Microsoft.
yeah, Park Teguh, maybe you need to switch to okay, let me share my screen, right? Okay, you can see my screen here. Okay, just ignore the message, and you can see over at your profile here, right? You can switch to different tenant. So you need to click on the Microsoft tenant, Park Teguh. Try that out. Hopefully you can view that message.
Okay, we'll try.
All right. Okay, if that's the case, then we can end today's call. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for a wonderful session.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, Juliana. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Juliana.
Ki Dennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent you the meeting invitation for 4 p.m. We need to discuss the GKBE audit. Okay.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Juliana. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.